Dad joke time. An apple a day keeps the bullies away. If you throw it hard enough.
I don't get it. How we doing tonight, chat? Ready for some bad MS Paint art? Well, let me pull up our list of things from Twitch. I think there's some of these still in the activity feed, right? We're ready. We're doing some bad paint. I think I have to look in the stream dashboard for this. So let's see. They're in here somewhere. Somewhere in here. Bear with me for 5 seconds here. Let's throw on the painting music also. Take that volume down a little bit. I know there's somewhere I can see the previous ones. Oh, there they are. Awesome. Alright, so let's see. So we've got 3 of them so far. Let's turn on the music a little bit more for myself, so it's not super loud in my ears. Alright. Let's also actually put the paint on screen. So what we've got so far, we've got the affordable Sean Astin, Kirby if he absorbed Sora, Vegeta hitting the gritty on Trunks. Okay. Last call for any more, for anyone who wants to put in any more channel points. This is just about the cutoff. So anything that is redeemed during this first paint thing, I think I'll also do. Okay, so the affordable Sean Astin. So that was when we were playing Kingdom Hearts. Hibachi Kenzie, that's a good one. We were playing Kingdom Hearts, and I discovered that the voice actor for Hercules was not the guy who voiced him in the movie, but Sean Astin, and that was the affordable option, I guess, because this was before Lord of the Rings blew up, I guess. I think this was a few months before Lord of the Rings. So that'll be the first one we do. The only reference images that I'm going to use are Hercules and Mr. Astin himself. Let me pull these up. Sean Astin. That's a good one. I'll do Lord of the Rings Sean Astin because that's my Sean Astin. Okay, let's see. Trying to get these positioned in a way that I don't have to crane my neck over to see him on my other monitor. Okay. Okay, the affordable Sean Astin. I feel like the base for that is probably gonna be Sam from Lord of the Rings. And let me get that resize handle. Who would have thought XP MS Paint was not built with a 4K monitor in mind? Okay, let's see. Get a picture of a Hobbit cloak also. Am I gonna need a Hobbit cloak? Maybe not. See, it's Hercules. Okay. So I feel like we got like a head here. And we got like a Sean Astin body. Gotta draw him with a sword too, because he's Hercules. Oh, you know what? I've got a vision already, I think. Need like a battle stance. Yeah, that's a mean looking guy. Almost, maybe, in a few minutes. Let's move this to the center, I think. Okay, so if he's also Hercules, you need to make him sort of built. What we'll do. Can I, like, reduce my mouse sensitivity also? That might be helpful. Yeah, okay, this is the setting I think I'm gonna go with. Give him some big Hercules pecs. Little Hercules belt. Herc skirt TM. Let's have him with 1 foot planted, because he's ready for battle. This will be his forward foot. That looks terrible, I think, actually. How do you draw legs? How do you draw feet? Let me just pose them for now. So let's think about this anatomically. So it would be like this. Something like that. So then the knee would be about here, I think. This is definitely affordable. Give him his big meaty calves because he's Hercules. His Hercules foot. I'm gonna meet this guy up a little more. But it's a start. This will be like an armhole. Give him his big Hercules biceps. You know what? I think he should hold a frying pan. Because he's also Sam. That'll be his main weapon. Pan's a little too long, I think. Gotta be a big pan for making big food. There we go. Let's see, what would he have in his other hand? I feel like Sam's a big food guy. And what's more affordable than McDonald's? Actually, these days, a lot. Put a McDonald's bag in his arm. Arm's a little too long. A little too small. But you know what? Let's beef up his shoulders because he's Hercules. Yeah, he eats at McDonald's, but he gets the mighty kids meal. This will be his little McDonald's bag. Alright, I think we're back. That was weird. We just like crashed. Not OBS, the entire computer. That doesn't usually happen. Okay, let me get back into it a second. That was weird. Hold on, chat. It was far too affordable. Okay, so we did not exactly lose the drawing. I took a picture of it, so we can get that back up to speed in not too long. This is the scene. Are we back? Not quite. There we go. There's the paint we're looking for. Almost. Okay. Well, that was weird. But I guess it's time. Time to actually get on with this. Okay, let's see how good I can do just recreating this from the tiny little picture I took on my phone. Right, now this is a speed paint now. Let's see. Lower my mouse sensitivity. So we got the Hercules head. Oh, let's give him a neck too. We didn't do that before. And then we've got the big Hercules shoulders. Rip affordable meat cheap as hell. Honestly. Little thing here. Get that arm back. It's a big old pan. That's as big as his head. the right shape. A little Herc skirt. A little peck thing that Hercules has. It's Herc belt. This is gonna come out looking really scuffed now. There we go, that's about where we were at before, I think. This is a lopsided man. I don't know what I'm looking for, my reference images are gone now too. Let's see, can I bring those back? My sensitivity's still so low. What does Hercules look like? Put Hercules over there. Okay, you know what? It could have been worse. This is not the worst looking Hercules ever. It is pretty bad though. His leg needs to be longer. And making him look like Sam is gonna be hard. He has like curly hair, right? Also Hercules has like one of these little details. Got his little skirt lines too. I'm gonna go simple with this hair. It's got like some messy bangs. This is absolutely goofy. All right, let's see if we can save this drawing. Okay. So that's the first layer done. Now we're onto the revision layer. Let's take this in a little bit more. Give him sort of a broader chest. What we'll do, give him his proper Hercules neckline. Actually, we'll do one of these. It's his little armhole. Doesn't quite jive with where we put the shoulders though. So let's remodel that. There's a frying pan. I think this arm needs to be a lot shorter to not be super lopsided. Yeah, there we go. Let's not have his legs planted either. I don't think there's a way to make that work. This isn't like a side perspective. Gotta give him big chunky Hercules legs. Maybe a little too chunky. There we go. You know what? This is gonna work. This is gonna be great, actually. I lost it. I accidentally right-clicked. You're not supposed to do that. This big, broad Hercules neck. This looks like Frodo hair. It's gotta be, like, messier. His hair is gonna be so scuffed. Put his belt a little lower. I say as I put it at exactly the same altitude. I think less lines on the skirt will be our friend here. Now we'll do... Get all them light greens. If only there was a way to have like a bigger size eraser. Someone's got a mod XP paint. I'd actually love that. That was a thing. The hair doesn't look quite right. That's going to be a challenge to get right. Also, his hands are really tiny for how beefy his arms are. Looks more like a fat guy than a buff guy. Like, this is not a guy who eats the Mighty Kids meal. I don't know if his shoulders are broad enough. That's looking really scuffed. Okay, so this needs work. She's beautiful. I don't know what this man is built like. He is not looking right. So he needs like really, really buff shoulders. He needs, it's like his upper body needs to expand out, I think. He's a big chest. I think this will do a lot to fix it. Hercules has got like a really thin waist, way thinner than this. But I'm just gonna roll with it. Just have bigger arms too. Bigger hand. This head needs to be bigger, I think. I didn't actually. I put it in Discord. I didn't put it on Instagram or Twitter or Blue Sky, though. Alright, let's just redo this head completely. Give this guy a bigger head. Is that too big? No, I think that's right. Let me bluify the parts that I'm gonna keep here. Which, to be fair, was not a lot of them. Oops. You know what? This is starting to come together. My inability to understand anatomy is not holding this drawing back quite as much as it was before. This is looking... He looks like a child, though. This is like a child-size Hercules, which I guess is fine for, like, a hobbit. Hobbits are small. This is just gonna be like a really buff hobbit. Now, what can I do to get that hair looking right? See, the problem is, he's got messy hair, but it's also, like, kind of wispy. How can I do this right? Lower my sensitivity again. No. Right-clicked again. I hate that. Now, this one, his bangs are a little more solid. So I think that'll be the version that I go with. It's not quite right. Yeah, that's a little better. And also, there's some of this extra red here. Let's make everything that we're keeping red. Okay, now let's make some structural changes. Chat, what are we thinking so far? How chopped is this hobbit? Slash demigod. Yeah, it was looking like not even just like bad MS Paint bad earlier, just like bad. I'm liking a little bit more how this is turning out. This tiny little baby foot. Little baby foot hobbit. Yeah, look at this big muscly dude. Who's looking better? Alright, and with that, we'll take our actual proper scheduled break because we got ads coming up. Alright, let's go back to making our Hobbit demigod. I think his thighs are also too small. Needs big Hercules thighs. Just slightly bigger. I think that'll help him not look like such a baby. Maybe making this red would have been smarter, because there's a lot of little red bits that are going to be hard to chase after. Let's get a macro view. That's a little better, I guess. This is still very cursed. To give him like a very Samwise face. In the reference picture I'm looking at, he's like strangely serious. See if I can do some of that. Got like a look like this. This face is not right at all. This is very off-center. Put the nose in the center of the face. Got eyebrows kind of like this. Like a determined look. Looks cross-eyed. Let's have him looking in one direction. Let's restore some of the Hercules details too. He's got these little gold details. We've got 3 or 4 in the tank, and if 1 or 2 come in during this paint, we'll do those too. And after that, we'll do some tier maker stuff. Oh, Hercules has a cape, too. That's why this looks so off. That detail's missing. Time to have you draw some crimes against humanity. Oh boy. This is already a crime, I think. Got this little detail here also. Oh, so this isn't a detail that exists, at least in this render. I feel like this should be swirly too. My finger. We'll get right on that. He needs muscular little Hercules knees also. Oh, you know what? Sandals also. That's another detail. Got little gladiator sandals. How do I do this right? I think this will work. Yeah, that kind of works, I guess. And he's got little armbands too, which will help separate the hands. You know what? This is coming together. Needs like a chin too, I think. That's a little too Peter Griffin-y, maybe. How do you do a chin? He would not have a chin like that. You know what? We're gonna keep it like this. Give him his orange hair. Do some of that. And the color of his armor is kind of like this. We'll stick with it. This should actually be a darker color. Here's what I think we're gonna do, actually. Let's take this color and orangify it a little bit. There we go, that's kind of the color of his armor. Also, actually, hold on a second. These actually go all the way up. And then they actually get a little darker and a little redder. Let's take this color, darken it a little more, and that'll be the belt color. We get a nice gold for his belt buckle. One of these. And then actually, little lines on his chest should not be black. They should be this color. This cape, it's like a blue color. Okay, now we need color for his skin also. Fix that little green bit. Oops, that's not how we fix that. A little more flesh toned. It's insane, like, how much these come together when you start adding color to them. The color really does a lot. So his armbands are the same color as his belt. We'll do that. What we'll do, turn his little man purse into a McDonald's bag. Hobbits would love McDonald's. There we go. Look at this guy. Alright, now let me do a really lazy Olympus Coliseum behind him. So let's see. What's the best way to do that? So we'll do... Let's see. Get up on the Hydra's back. I should really have a get up on the Hydra's back button. Put him in the arena part from Kingdom Hearts. Very blatantly copying this reference image. If you thought I suddenly got good at perspective, you are mistaken. Also, while I'm thinking of it, Nick or Kenzie, send me a reference picture for Hibachi Kenzie. And now, little pillar here, little pillar here, little wall here. That's a tangent, we don't like that. Even if this is bad. Some sky. So let's see, we'll need... How do we mix this color? This one's close. Just desaturate it and lighten it, I guess? Yeah, that's believable. Orangify this guy. Actually, there's like a trim piece on the top here. Alright, cool. Make this lighter, oranger. That is not a different enough color, I don't think. Darker. Now, back to this one. Really light for the ground. Actually, it's not right. Well, let's just use this default yellow color from Paint. This is very odd coloring. Let's, I think, darken this a little. The affordable Sean Astin. So this was when we were playing Kingdom Hearts and discovered that Sean Astin was who they could afford for voicing Hercules instead of the actual guy. We got Sean Astin Hercules in Olympus Coliseum. We need some clouds in the sky, and then I think we'll call it a day. There's just a lot of negative space up here, I think. That's the wrong color. There we go. So he has McDonald's because he's also a hobbit, and hobbits really like food. And what food is more affordable than McDonald's? Not necessarily in the year 2026, because you can actually answer that question now. Got any stray pixels? I don't think we do have any stray pixels. Oh, I spoke too soon. We have a couple stray pixels. Honestly, cleanup on this will be minimal. Pretty good. It's an incredibly outdated statement. McDonald's is... I went to McDonald's the other day and I was shocked by what I paid. For what I got, especially. Alright, the affordable Sean Astin, everybody. Affordable Sean Astin. Now, we'll mark that one off the list. Complete. So then we're locked in for only doing these remaining three. These be holding a Costco hot dog. That would have been a good one. Now we'll do a very simple one. My interpretation of Kirby if he absorbed Sora. And I feel like what will make this fun is not using any reference images. Because I feel like Kirby's a really simple little guy. Using references is almost like cheating. Camfus eating a Costco hot dog. I'll allow it. Yeah, this is a good track. I wanted a laid-back paint playlist that wasn't just all Mario Kart, even though that's a goated soundtrack. And I found this, and I'm like, you know what? That's going in the playlist. I feel like I drew Kirby too big. We need some negative space around him. Look at that circle. That's a semi-decent circle. Exactly. Now let's see. Can I remember how to do Sora hair? I've played Kingdom Hearts for years, but I do not have visual memory. Okay, I do need a reference picture. It's just spikes. This is a great track. Goku hair, but more horizontal. See, I can't do Goku hair either. My visual memory just doesn't exist. Like, if you told me to draw Goku, I don't think I'd be able to do it. Okay, now the Sora hair. So we've got, like... Got one of these. Got one of these. One of these. Got a big in here. Little small guy. Just... I'm not gonna reference my Sora. I don't want to. That makes it too easy. There we go. That's like a Sora. Let's see. I'm gonna put the face like here-ish. So we'll have the bangs encroach on that space. Got that one. That one. That one. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. I dare say that is a semi-decent Sora hair. It's just spikes, but dang it, they're particular spikes. By the way, I haven't asked once, how's the music volume? in reference to me. I'll do this to get that one stray pixel. It was still black. There we go. Good? Okay, good. Give him a little Kirby arm. For his Keyblade. Feels very like public access Bob Rossi. I feel like I'm experiencing the joy of painting, TM. I feel like at some point we should just try doing some Bob Ross tutorials in like Microsoft Paint. Or maybe something goofier like Mario Paint, now that that's on Switch with mouse controls. I think that'd be fun. And then let's get rid of this here. What if Kirby's feet got bigger when he became Sora? He had big old clown shoes on. This is not exactly right. There we go. So now we need a Keyblade. Kind of holding it at a strange angle, so let's see what we can do here. I think this needs to be a different color, just for the sake of clarity. It's not exactly Kirby size. I say my visual memory doesn't really exist, but I do know how to draw the Keyblade. Little teeth here. The E blade. It's a big old Keyblade for a little guy. E. It's kind of a scuffed Mickey head. That looks okay, actually. Okay, now... Can I add Sora's stupid pants to Kirby? That'd be fun. I'm gonna add his stupid, like, crossed belts. If I can find out how to do that. This is what Kirby should have looked like in Smash. When he absorbed Sora. When he sucked him. There we go. And then we'll give him his weird little chaps that he has. Yeah. This is like surprisingly straightforward for what it is, I'm finding. Like, there's not a lot of cleanup work on this one. So now, it's need to be this color. Desaturate this blue a little bit. Desaturate this red a little bit. Let's do a little bit of cleanup work here. You know what's gonna be a much faster way to do this? Make this green, and then we make it black. That's such a fast tech for cleaning up stray pixels. That's kind of crazy. I gotta remember that. Oops. Okay, now we need to... Oh, you know what? Let's make his feet yellow, because he's got them Sora shoes. Okay, now let's get like a nice Kirby pink going on. Yeah, there we go. What color is Sora's gloves? Yeah, let's give him the Sora gloves too. It's got like the X's on his gloves. Get a picture of just the gloves. Yeah, there we go. Got a little yellow stripe on him. Pepto-Bismol Kirby pink. He's very Pepto. Have the little ends pop out here. Then let's see, how do we do this best? That might be the best way to do it. His gloves are sort of a very dark, desaturated blue. Can I get that one little pixel, please? No, the answer is no. Okay, oh, there's a stray pixel. We're going to use the stray pixel tech. Absolutely massive. Okay, now I don't think we can get as detailed with the gloves over here. So let's just not. Got silver Mickey head, silver shaft. That deeper blue for this part. It's got a slightly different yellow for the Keyblade also. Now draw him giving birth. Anything for the channel points. This turned out like higher effort than I thought it would be. I thought this would be an easy one. I'm like, I'm gonna pick this one because it's easy, but like, you can't just not, I can't slack on a channel point reward. That'd be lame. And we got the Shenmue music. What's better than this? Nothing. It's gotta be angry Western Kirby, too. Nah, Sora wouldn't be angry Western Kirby. Now we'll do it. We'll give him the angry eyebrows. Because this is angry Western box art Kirby. Nah. You're kind of right. Let's... Am I doing this correctly? I think it should actually be sort of like this. You know what? Let's leave these. Give them some like texture. Yeah, I didn't think it'd be that easy to just fix. Change the channel name to Artist Camfoose. It's beautiful. Now let's center him, and we will... This is a really long strand. What if it wasn't that long? Yeah, that one was a little too long. This is a lot more balanced. All right, chat. We're gonna make a background for this guy, but you're gonna need to wait a second. I will be right back. We got ads coming in like 2 minutes. I'll just trigger them now. Alright, chat, let's finish this masterpiece. Also, actually, real quick, I wanted to point out something on the schedule. Come back, schedule. Well, now we gotta wait 20 seconds. This floating monitor. Bring back my schedule. Next Wednesday, big, huge, massive stream incoming. Insane new video gaming experience. Nothing you've ever seen before. The future of my career and perhaps streaming as a whole. Gaming, massive, huge, big. Wednesday, April 1st. It's no joke. Big. Ginormous, even. Perhaps a tad bit gargantuan. Alright. I thought of what to do for the background for this guy. We're gonna put him on a Station of Awakening. Let's see how well I can do this. That's not too good. I feel like Kirby's Station of Awakening would be a star. That would be crazy, but no. I've discovered the future of gaming, and I feel like that's worth streaming. Like, I doubt anyone's ever played a game like this, and I think it's going to change all games going forward. And no one's even heard of it. It's a tiny little indie game. Like, I'm actually super excited about it. This is probably just the biggest stream. On Twitch. Shenmue. That would be really funny if I said all that and it was just Shenmue. But no, I am, like, just dead serious. Only face cam. Yeah, I'm gonna do, like, the Game Grumps Skyward Sword playthrough. Okay, now I'm struggling with perspective here. I wanted to do a star. Something like this. I can fake it because Kirby's hiding a lot of it. No, we're gonna keep it basic. I'm not gonna over detail it. I need this to be darker. Yeah, he's got the Sora glows. Put him on a little purple Station of Awakening. Does this look better? Nah. Actually, I have an idea. Maybe? Well, now I have to commit to it because I only have so many undos. There are no mistakes, only happy accidents. Now, we'll keep it minimal. Yeah, he's in a station of awakening. It's actually just fix up the perspective on this a little bit. It looks okay. I kind of messed up the background, but you know what? Kingdom Hearts Kirby. We're gonna call that one done. Except for that one individual pixel. That's bugging me. We goofed up the background, but he's a good boy. And no one can take that away from him. Okay. What next? Mark that as complete. I'm gonna kill my friend with all that black. Hey up, ink boy. Gonna cost 200 to print. Yeah, really. Alright. Vegeta hitting the gritty on Trunks. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I know exactly how I'm gonna do this. Exactly. Okay. This is gonna be a good one. We're gonna have, this is gonna be a really, really rough start, though. Gonna have Vegeta here. Gonna have his big old Vegeta hair. No, that's not quite right. Vegeta. Big Vegeta hair. Let's see. There's big Vegeta armor. And then he's gonna do the gritty hand thing. He does like the owl eyes motion. Except actually, I kind of want him bigger. So Vegeta hair. Vegeta hands. And Trunks. Trunks is dead. Because he just got murked in Fortnite. Alright, this is rough, but we're gonna make it work. So let's see. Okay, Vegeta. Do I have enough vertical space for his ginormous hair? Might move him down a little bit. I think that's what I have to do, actually. So Vegeta's head is kind of big. Big ol' Widow's Peak. It was his biggest hair spike here. He's got another one here. Got a more separate one here. Not quite. Chat, when this is done, this is gonna look better than Dragon Ball Super. You can quote me on that. Just as long as we're talking about the TV broadcast versions of the first 5 episodes. It was big ears, too. Big Saiyan ears. I actually have high hopes about this. I think this one's gonna work. Let's see. Let's get some of this red out of here now. See how Vegeta-shaped this actually is turning out so far. Honestly, not terrible. It's kind of good, actually. What the heck? This is supposed to be like a stupid meme drawing. It's not like... It's not reference accurate at all by any means. But, like... It conveys it. It does. This is the correct shape. We'll need some cleanup on, like, this section, but, like, that's to be expected. Let's see. Got a big neck. Got his Saiyan armor straps here. Family Guy death pose, maybe. Maybe. That might be the move. Let's see, then he'll need this section here. What do you got? Okay, let's... do I have to draw fingers for this? I think I have to draw fingers for this. This is gonna be a challenge. Alright, let's point out where his face goes, at least. His face will be all... like, down in this section. So let's see. Let's zoom in on that face. His big Dragon Ball eyebrows. Where he goes, "Oh, I'm the prince." Oh, that looks bad. Let's start with the eyes, maybe. That's a trapezoid. Okay. That and that. And then... No, that looks like a Frieza eye. I need to get in close to do these eyes right. Cheetah in the Family Guy death pose with tears in his eyes crying out, Kakarot, I fell down! I think we're starting to get enough to already fuel the next paint stream. We've got 2. If we get a 3rd one, that's a whole nother paint stream. There we go. Kakarot, they jumped me. I have to be very on model with these eyes because they're such a specific shape. Kakarot, I'm doing the gritty on my son. He got shot by the androids. Kakarot, they took my J's. It's got some like angry little forehead lines here. Little lines. They don't really look like this, but that's what we're going with. Let's see. You know, as big as this forehead area looks, it is so much smaller than the reference. Can I copy paste this in here? Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at that giant forehead. This is wild. This is the biggest his forehead has ever looked. That's just crazy. Oh, you know what? He's also got a little hair section that like goes in here a little bit. Let's see. His chin shape needs to be a little better, a little less pointed. Alright, now the hard part. Drawing stupid fingers over the eyes. So we need to do some preemptive cleanup. Otherwise we'll have to do even more cleanup. Talking going down to one color and keeping all this very, very strict and organized. Keep it red to get rid of those stray pixels. Okay, let's figure this out. So it's that would be one finger there. Another finger here. This is actually going to be so hard. No, this is not good. You know what? Let's roll with it. We just gotta roll with it. This is such fiddly design. There's no room to get picky about it. Just gotta go with it. There's 1, 2, 3. Then this goes out to a hand. 1. That's a little too pointy of a finger. 1, 2, 3. And then this is gonna go out to a hand. They're gonna be some scuffed hands, but they're hands. It's a very good reason that I don't draw hands ever. Never have. Let's see here. It's looking a little rough. Gonna need to do a little surgery on this one. That's a little bit better. I think it's good enough that you'll be able to tell. Okay, so then his arms are gonna like come down here. This is gonna be really goofy looking. His shoulders are too high. Okay. It's a little better. Kakarot, I see you. You can't hide from me. I have owl eyes. There's too much Trump in my Vegeta. You know what? I think there's a better way to do this. I don't think this is like anatomically right. When did the image get so long? It's a long image. Drawn Vegeta the long way. Drawn like a Baki character. We're gonna give ourselves a little grace here with this. His shoulders just don't look right. What if I give him the shoulder pads to compensate? I feel like that would like cheat it. Okay. I like this drum. Gotta buff up his shoulders. I think that would go a long way. You know what? This is gonna turn out okay. Gotta draw his little ears too. Don't put too much effort into that. Okay, this will look better with color too. It's gonna, I think, add some clarity. Vegeta has proper canon hair color. That's actually a little too light, I think. Gotta be like a really dark brown, like almost black. Also, his armor like comes up his neck. These hands just don't look right. Oops. But you know what? They're the only hands we've got. He did. You see me, boy? I can dislocate my thumb. That's why you'll never be a Super Saiyan. I'm the greatest. I needed to dislocate this thumb to take over Rygol 7. Everyone remembers Rygol 7. Right? Okay, so now needs to puff out a little bit here, I think. Okay, now let's add some of the details. Also, let's buff up his elbows. I think this is sort of a problem. That maybe helps a little bit. Okay, how's this looking zoomed out so far? Good? No. As good as it's gonna get? Probably. Alright, where's Trunks? Trunks will be easier. We're drawing Trunks low detail and pretty far out. Oh, also, actually, before we do that. Armor details. Every little detail I can add takes away from how awful the actual drawing is. Also, do that. That helps a little bit. Not really. So scuffed. Any detail I can add here? He has like lines here. It's like pec lines. Look at my pecs, they're so big. Oh. Got his little Vegeta necklines here. Yeah, there we go. There's some Vegeta detail. Some V-detail. Okay, now Trunks. We're gonna lift this right from the time he gets shot. To try and really not have this revised too much. Just little Saiyan pecs. It's got the little yellow section. Got one leg, sorta like this. Just got his boot. We got ads coming up, boys. I'm gonna dry his hands like this because this is how I prefer to dry hands. This is so bad. Which I guess is the point, but man. Look at that little Trunks in the background. That shouldn't be blue. Honestly, that's looking better than Vegeta. Vegeta's looking kind of terrifying. Alright, now let's draw the background. There's just some landscape. He defeated Trunks on the field of battle and then did the gritty on him. This is so cursed. Well, there we have it. There's Vegeta doing the gritty on Trunks. I'm very conflicted about this one. Either way, we got ads going, so we're gonna go to a break for a second, and then we'll do Hibachi Kenzie next. Alright, chat. Let's save this. Oh, I did save it. In that case, let's just do the final paint before we do some tiers, which is Hibachi Kenzie. Nick, thank you also for the picture of Eris. Alright, let's see what I can do here. I need to look at Hibachi Nick also as reference, I think. Let me pull that up. Because these images, they have to be a set. So let's check that off. Vegeta hitting the gritty on Trunks. Let's see. Don't have a lot to go off of with Hibachi, Nick. Oh! What if, because Nick is holding Ed, Kenzie's holding Eris? That'll be how we tie it together as a set. Look at me, I'm an artist. I'm gonna have to, like, loosely copy the structure then, too. So that'll be, like, face, person, cat, arm around cat. Foreground object. Sort of like that. So this shouldn't be too hard, I don't think. This is gonna be difficult. See, when I have a more realistic reference point, it gets more difficult. Vegeta hitting the gritty, I think, is easier than doing real people. So let's see. Any other reference you think would be good, send it my way. Let's see. I'll have to hone in on anything identifying, like the Winter Soldier tattoo. I feel like that's an identifying thing. Let's see. How do I do this? I guess we'll start with the head. I like have my phone close to me so I can see. This is a zoomed out picture. It's not the best reference because it's from... I guess it's from a straight-on angle, and I'm doing a straight-on angle, so it should be fine, actually. So let's see. Oh, there's another one. Oh, I like that cat. Try to convey that expression on the cat. Don't say it like that! Let's see. That's like an all-timer chat message. That's a realistic human head shape. I'm gonna try to be very accurate to this particular reference picture. His glasses are too far apart, but we can fix that later. Nose. What if the foreground object was just the thumbs up in this picture? I gotta think about like the perspective on this. That'd be the right arm. So then the thumb would be on the left, and the other fingers would be on the right. Okay. I think, right? Does this look right? I don't think that looks right. This is... What way is a thumb? I think this is correct, right? Really? I'm bad at art, too. Sort of the point of this whole thing. See, now that's a very valuable reference image, because that is almost the exact angle that I'm drawing anyway. This is actually crazy helpful reference. Let's see. It's gonna be kind of difficult still. Realism is not my strong suit. Also, we are just, like, adding in a cat. Reference be damned. I really like how Ed looks in the Hibachi Nick art. See if I can be more flattering than with Nick, because I think drawing Nick chopped is funny. It'll be more people-shaped than Nick. Nick will be Nick-shaped. I think that's correct. Let's see. How do I draw a jacket? But I guess we just start with the most obvious, like, basic aspect of a jacket. The 2 lines. There's like the triangle of the collar. And now we already need to clean this up because there's a lot of like rough red lines. Let's start by doing that. There's a lot of room to improve here. This arm is too big. I think that's more, like, correct. Let's see. This is a generic egghead scientist. Yeah, there's no, like, real actual detail. See, this is the problem with realism. Kenzie looks too normal. Too much like a human being. So, like, instilling that detail is very difficult. Saying that your wife looks like a human being. And Vegeta doesn't. So it's a lot easier to draw Vegeta. Let's red the green. Oh, you know what? Actually, before we do that, clean up this arm. This is Hibachi Kenzie, a companion to Hibachi Nick. There we go. See, that's an improvement. Cat's looking a little janky, but what in the TMNT? Heroes in a half shell. Okay, let's see. See, from like a front angle, I don't know how to draw the hairstyle. Like in the reference pictures, it looks basic. I don't know how to like artistically exaggerate it to communicate it properly. nose ring. That's a detail. How do I bring in the cheeks? I guess this is not the proper head shape. But then again, neither's yours kinda is, I guess. Oh, there's more reference that I didn't see. This is helpful reference. Nick's looking fly too. Let's copy the hair from this image, I think, actually. Artistically exaggerated a little bit. There we go. It's not 100% like physically accurate, but it communicates the design better. It's something, which is better than my nothing. You know what? You get the sunglasses. The sunglasses are cooler. You're gonna be cooler than Nick. I think another issue too is that my art style just has very round faces. Okay, let's do some cleanup now. The lines on the glasses being clean isn't going to matter too much because they're going to be all black anyway on account of them being sunglasses. Oops, let's not do that. So isolate this red part here and get rid of it. Actually, no, this one we want to keep. Trivia time. Oh no. Oh no. Trivia. Oh, this is bad. In the freeze flame galaxy of Super Mario Galaxy, if you look out into the distance, there's strange creature-shaped objects with scary eyes watching Mario for the entire level. They go unreferenced, no one knows what they are. In the game files, they're called Hell Valley Sky Trees. I still got it. Did the streamer succeed? Of course the streamer succeeded. We're gonna have a line cleanup. I'll get you one of these days. You definitely will. I have almost slipped up really badly with trivia very recently. I feel like I'm also over-detailing the jacket. Hibachi Nick wasn't that detailed. He had a jacket on. coming together. This arm isn't quite right. The angle is wrong. That's a little better. It's coming along. Like the sunglasses add a lot of aura. Have you cheesing it like Mr. Hibachi, Nick? Okay, so we have a foundation. Eyebrows. Might be helpful to add eyebrows. Most people have those. I don't know what your eyebrows look like, but those are eyebrows. Also, this is like too clean a line. I don't know how accurate this actually is, but it looks better. Yeah, frizzing is not a thing I've figured out how to represent in this style. Just resorted to like, oh, the line is messy. That's good enough, right? Like this is too clean. Add one little thing there. That's too big a shape, I think. Just redo this line more cleanly. See, straight, even lines are boring. Gotta go for personality over accuracy. The style is basic as this. Like this is too straight a line. That's a little better. Like there's something missing in this area. It's not visually balanced. Could be that human beings have ears and I usually forget to draw those. Eyebrow piercing. We'll have to do that too. So what would be the best way to have that small detail. Oh, now Discord's bugging out. You also need, like... You need ears. People have those. I think the ear would be hidden here. Maybe. Spit it out, son. Spit it out. Nah, that doesn't look right. I guess there's a reason I don't draw ears. Trivia time. Oh no. In Wind Waker, there are like globulon little enemies of various colors called choo-choo jellies, and if you slow down their audio, it's just Japanese men arguing. You ever just, you know, you ever have a dream that you give me wicked trivia? I do, in fact. Let's start detailing this cat also. Also, let's do something about these stray pixels. I'm gonna green the image. We're gonna re-red the image. Now all the green is gone, like magic. Did the streamer succeed? Balatro run. Okay, so we'll either be ending off tonight or starting off Thursday with Balatro then. If we're, we got a lot of time left, we'll do it tonight. But usually, I open with Balatro. Which means Thursday will be Balatro and Subnautica. Which is pretty crazy. I left like both versions of the hand. It's not great. Let's fix that. I guess this line can stay. No, actually no, that's not right. Oops. Now the straight pixels are gone. Alright, let's try Eris now. It looks like a little goober in the Bocce Nick drawing. I like that. Generic 80s rock star with a cat. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. I like the picture of Eris you sent. She got long whiskers. Draw those later. I'm gonna make her high in the picture. She's looking at something else over there. Okay, let's see. Sedated for the vet. Poor little critter. Now how do we do this? How do we ungenericify this human? We will have to add shape. But how? How does one do that? How does one who is not an artist depict the human? That's something. See, it's difficult because the arm takes up a lot of space, and the cat takes up a lot of space. Eris is a little goof in this drawing. I love using this trick to get rid of stray pixels. It works so good. So this, like, isn't correct. What is this, chat? Let's see. I feel like that's fine. Oh, give them to the cat. Yeah, the cat needs them. You've all been duped. This is furry night. Bring out the Boomer Doom thing again. I want to do that again. That was fun. Boomer Doom was like a great time. Eris is in the way. There we go. It's like no more... Why can't I draw this particular line? Now, 80s rock star is no more. Only Eris foot. What kind of tail does Eris got? Skinny? Alright, we'll give her a little skinny tail. A little furry, but not too furry. It's smaller than Ed's. You know what? This turned out better than I thought it would. Considering that I don't know how to draw people. Just Vegeta. It might be ready for coloring. Let's try this. Oh, also, we gotta add, like, shine to the shades. That'll go a long way. Also, we should, like, add your black lipstick. So that, like... Because that's like a noticeable character trait. I don't really know how to do that. I don't know how to draw lips. I drew them on Nick once and they did not look good. Maybe just a thicker line because it's black. I think that's actually exactly the move. Like, it's subtle. I don't know. Leave it for now. It's such a minimalist style. I don't know if that's the way to do it. We'll commit to it. Oh, you're right. It's kind of difficult. Something like that. Maybe? Maybe... Does this work? I don't know if I like what it does to the shape of the mouth. We can always redo it. Let's view it in its entirety when it's done. Here's like a lighter brown than Nick's, right? That's like more or less accurate. I think. There's one pixel there that I can't get. Let me copy the colors from this image. Put the hand back on Eris. Eris's foot got red. That's not the color the cat's foot is. Oh, there's like a blue lining to the jacket. That's some detail. That's good detail. The jacket triangle. Like a denim color, kind of. Desaturate it and darken it a little bit. Squid Game. It was a dark shirt, but not like ultra dark. We'll do like this. That works. Fix that Eris. Okay, we'll start by just making Eris gray. Then we'll go forward from there. Did I replace my black with dark blue? Let's fix that. Let's hone in on the cat a little bit. She's got some like light spots around her eyes. Some more over here, kinda. Got some here, too. Just got a little bit up here, it looks like. not quite all the way around the eye, but it almost is, so we'll just do it. Actually, let's do this. Got some like stripy details, some fur texture. Add 2 of those. Maybe a little too light. Her chin's got some light color too. Maybe this is bigger actually. Add the beans. I still don't know if that thumb is like the correct orientation. You know what? I think this turned out pretty solid in the context of it like being stylistically tied to Hibachi Nick. I feel like if you put the two of them together, it makes sense. So I'll do that in a second. Got a complete set now. So now, if we were to do like this, and we copy, paste, look at that. Oop, whoops, where'd he go? You know what? I like it. I think we did the concept justice. This is like decidedly the same style of human. We're gonna mark that down as a win, boys. No background because original Hibachi Nick didn't have a background. If we want a background, we'll put them both at Kame House. Okay. That ends the paint portion of this. We've already got 2 paints in the chamber, so if anyone throws in some more, we'll definitely have another paint stream soon. But I think it's time to do a little bit of tier lists. So I'm gonna run a quick ad and get that set up. So we will be back momentarily. The commie flag is a solid idea. Alright, chat, are you ready? We're gonna stream Google. No, we're doing tier lists. I've got a few that I think I want to do. Let's start out with something really simple, but something that people are very opinionated on. We're gonna rank Pokemon starters. There's the camera. Why am I looking over here? We're gonna rank Pokemon starters. And I think it's got the new ones. It does. So this one is a little bit in depth. We're obviously not gonna rank all of these because it has evolutions and like mega evolutions and stuff like that. And it even has starters from like non-mainline games. I don't think we'll be ranking those. I think we're just gonna keep it strictly to the actual mainline game starters. If you think my rankings are wrong, feel free to advocate for your position. Ranking every Pokemon, maybe someday. So most of this is just going to be vibes. I'm not knowledgeable enough to be like, oh yeah, in Gen 3, Charmander was really good in the competitive battling meta. Like, that's not what this is about. But obviously I will knock a Pokemon down if it just sucks in the context of, like, the gym leaders. So Bulbasaur. I think it's pretty hard to go wrong with Bulbasaur. I think this guy is a solid, maybe A tier. I love this little guy. Look at him. Little dinosaur with a bulb on his back. He's a happy little guy. Should only be one for each type in S. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. I feel like we have multiple of each type that could be S tiers. We'll see how it shakes out. That might be the move. Charmander? Charmander's a C tier. I think Charmander's perfectly average. Charmander is like the hyped starter of Gen 1. But honestly, if you've tried actually playing with Charmander, early game sucks. He sucks against Brock, you gotta go catch a Mankey. He sucks against Misty, and I don't think you have any, like... I guess you could catch a Pikachu, but that's like your only great option against Misty. Charmander does not set you up for success in the first 2 gyms. And honestly, like, what is Erica, the 4th gym? I think it's like 4 gyms until you get something where Charmander's any good. I guess he's not bad against, like, Surge, but whatever. So this dude's a C tier. I think he's overhyped. I think he's overrated. Squirtle. We're gonna give Squirtle a solid B. I think he's very cute. I like Squirtle a lot. And he's actually kind of useful because he can roll Brock. But his move pool is bad. Actually, I don't know if he has a water move by the time you fight Brock. We'll see. And that's where my super opinionated takes end, because I really like Gen 1. Chikorita, I think Chikorita's a D-type. I recall Chikorita being the more difficult starter to pick in Gen 2, and I don't like its design a ton. Now, Cyndaquil, on the other hand, that's an S tier. That's a happy little boy. That's a great design. Look at him, he's just living his best life. His back's on fire. Like, this is... Oh, actually, it's not the best starter in Gen 2. But he's one of them. I was gonna call him the best, and then I remembered, Totodile. You think Chikorita is F? I don't know about all that. I think we've got some contenders for F. Squirtle has Bubble at 7, right? Okay, so you could have it before Brock. Totodile. That's an easy S. Totodile's the best. We love Totodile. Ugliest Pokemon ever. Someone hasn't ever seen Beheem. Look at this little guy. What's he supposed to be? Traffic lights for hands? Let's see. Trico. I don't really like Trico. I think Trico goes in F. It's not because he's bad. I don't know if there are any Pokemon that are bad in this list. I don't vibe with him at all, and I don't vibe with his evolutions at all either. I think he's incredibly mid. Trico's also overhyped. You know what? We'll put him in D. So I think I'll put Torchic in F. I don't really like Torchic either, and I don't like its evolutions. I think I don't vibe with Gen 3 Pokemon designs in general. They just feel weird in a way that, like, the prior and latter generations don't to me. But that doesn't apply to Mudkip. Mudkip is like a solid A, I think right above Bulbasaur. I love Mudkip. They put all of their effort in designing Gen 3 Pokemon right into Mudkip. He's a good little guy. His evolutions aren't great. Turtwig? I mean, Turtwig's like a D, I guess. No, I think I like Chikorita more. I'm not a big Turtwig head. His design, like, it doesn't wow me. I guess he has cool evolutions, though. Maybe we'll bump him up to C. Grottle and Torterra are cool. Chimchar? I think I want to put Chimchar in, like... I think he gets to be B. I think I like him slightly more than Squirtle. I think he was my first starter. My starter in my first playthrough of Gen 4. So I've got some attachment there. His evolutions are fine. I like his middle evolution a lot. I like his little blue detail on his eyebrows. It's kind of cool. Now Piplup, there's a good Pokemon. That's certified better than Mudkip. That's an A tier. I have no notes on this design. He's a happy little guy, and he's got Empoleon. That's a great evolution. That is a cool design. I'll remember the Torchic rank for the next time we see each other. I don't vibe with Torchic. I just don't. Torchic is like a very whatever Pokemon, I think. I'm not in its corner. Snivy? I don't know. I think I like it slightly more than Chikorita, but not more than Turtwig. Its evolutions are also like whatever. It turns into a snake, that's boring. Tepig. Tepig's pretty cool. Roast typist against grass starters. You know what? I kinda am. Bulbasaur is sort of an outlier. There is a pattern here, isn't there? My distribution with water starters is really high, and fire is like all over the place. I think I like Tepig. I think he goes in B. I like him more than Charmander, more than Turtwig significantly. Oshawott, there's an F. I'm not an Oshawott fan, and I don't like any of his evolutions. They're not for me. Let's see. Chespin? Don't tell me you're an Oshawott guy. Say it ain't so. Chespin, I think I like a little more than Oshawott. It's my baby. Well, hey, you got an ugly baby. You turn on Rocket League drops. Yeah, I got you. I agree with 2 of the 3 Fs. Interesting. Which is the one that you don't agree with? Let's hear it. Let me judge you. Get my little chicken dude out of there. Honestly, seeing Torchic next to Chespin and Oshawott, I feel like he probably is a D. Honestly, I probably do like him more than Trico. Wait, what? What else have I done? We'll rethink it a little bit, but I'm not a Turtwig head. Maybe I like him more than Charmander, but I don't see him moving out of C tier. He has cool evolutions, so I'm open to revisiting him. For real, put him lower. He's your guy. I'll think about it. Big Torchic supporter? There's some very, very mixed opinions in chat. I don't know about you people. Some of you are right, some of you I don't know. S, yeah, S is good. S is just Gen 2. Gen 2 minus Chikorita. Fennekin. I do like Fennekin. I think it's really cool that Turtwig would knock Bulbasaur on his ass. Maybe. Chicken Strip supports Torchic? Unbelievable. I think Fennekin is a good Pokemon. I actually like its evolutions. I like that it turns into a mage. I know everyone's like, oh no, bipedal Pokemon. We don't like the bipedal Pokemon. But this bipedal Pokemon is good. Time to start Subnautica? Thursday. Thursday is Subnautica. Fennekin, I think, is a... I don't know. A tier, B tier... I think probably B tier. Thursday's too far. You're just gonna have to wait, boy. What's this little guy's name? What's his name? Frogadier, Greninja... Froakie? Is this Froakie? I don't like Froakie. F. Froakie's an F tier. You know what, Oshawott? You get to be above Chespin. Let's see. Rowlet? Rowlet's okay. He evolves into Aaron Hansen and then into an Archer. I think he's slightly better than Torchic. I've really got to, like, beat the hating grass types allegations, but this is just genuinely how I feel about their designs. It's true. He's just Aaron Hansen. Where'd he go? Look at that. That's just Aaron Hansen. Litten. I don't really like Litten. Litten itself is fine, but its middle evolution is boring, and then it just becomes a furry. And I'm not super into the design. I think Litten is, Litten's in D tier. Poplio? I don't like Poplio. I just don't. I think its evolutions are really boring, and it itself is really boring. I think actually Poplio is last on this list. Because at least Froakie's got something. This is just a seal, and we already have just a seal. Like twice, in fact, before we added Froakie. Grookey? Was that his name? The monkey? Make sure I get this right. There's too many dang Pokemon now. It's hard to keep up with them. It's a circus seal. He sure is a circus seal. Belongs in the circus. Yeah, Grookey. Grookey is a good grass type. Its middle evolution is whatever, but I really like its final evolution. Very much a Grookey gang guy. I think Grookey is a better starter than even Mudkip and Bulbasaur. Grookey is a certified good grass type. Scorbunny? Is that this thing's name? It's kind of creative that its middle evolution is like, oh look, he's like kind of a ninja. But also, this is some furry OC and this is a stupid Pokemon. So actually, the rabbit goes down here. This is the worst starter so far. I spoke too soon. Sobble is actually the worst. We don't like Sobble. And its evolutions are stupid. Cinderace, is that its name? Sprigatito. We love Sprigatito. Sprigatito is better than Grookey. Sobble is not peak. Sobble could maybe go here. I sort of forgot that he was up against these two. Cinderace is the Flaybulb one. Gotcha. I don't know these new gens. They're making too many of these. Fuecoco. That's maybe an S. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe an A. No, it's not an S. It's not an S. It's an A. Also its evolutions are cool. Quaxley? Quaxley's okay. Quaxley is like C. He's decent, little Donald Duck looking guy. Now for the new starters. Brout. I really like Brout. Brout is a good man. I think he's a B tier. I think he goes here. Now, obviously, it's a little early to judge the new starters. We don't have their evolutions. Brout could turn into, like, a tax collector. And that would knock him down a little bit. I fully expect all three starters to just evolve into being bipedal. Pombon is one of the best starters ever created. That goes up here. Where's the water one? I don't like this water one. This one's the worst one. Now there's all these extra starters. I'm not gonna count most of these because these are like mystery dungeon starters and stuff. But Pikachu and Eevee are actually just starters in Let's Go, so I will count them. Pikachu, I don't know. I mean, Pikachu is like a really well-designed character. He's like top of B. And Eevee is an S tier Pokemon. I really like Eevee. Also, just the fact that it can evolve into like, what, 8 different kinds of Pokemon now? That's pretty cool. I'm not going to count these two. I think this is in XD Gale of Darkness or Coliseum. But, like, you don't choose them, you just get them. So that doesn't count. Are these also in Coliseum or XD? I don't know. It's been a while since I've played those. The Mystery Dungeon, that's not real, that doesn't count. You don't really get to pick them. Take your personality test. So let's reevaluate some choices here. What are my most egregious decisions? I need you to convince me to do differently. I'm out of drink. As I recall, and by that I mean as I read the chat just to my right, Turtwig is a sore spot. Torchic is a sore spot. Sobble is a sore spot. Put all of F tier and A tier. Do you really just like everything in F tier? Besides Chespin, there you go. I think Charmander's really average. Charmander's super overhyped. He has a good evolution line, but like he himself doesn't have a lot of sauce, and he is the worst choice in his game. Seeing how this has progressed, I feel like this is an appropriate move. Rowlet should be higher. Let's look at Rowlet. Rowlet could probably be C tier. Oh, not you. You don't go up there. So, in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, you can get a Pikachu or an Eevee respectively. Also, even before that, you get a Pikachu in yellow and your rival gets an Eevee. So it's implied that Eevee is like a starter. But it wasn't until Let's Go that you could get Eevee. Eevee's overrated. I know where you live. Grass Ghost is cool for fully evolved. That is really cool. He's cooler than Charmander. He's cooler than Quaxley. Turtwig is cooler than him. You know, Turtwig has a good evolution line. I think Torterra is really cool. Torterra is probably one of my favorite, like, final stage starters. Charmander's too low? Nah, Charmander is, like, the average starter. I'll buff Turtwig a little bit. Maybe Brout also? Charmander's too low. Not low enough. Torchic does feel a little low. Torchic's better than these two. What is this chopped list? This is these are the best opinions. Pombon should go in S, I think. I want to have more evenly distributed tiers. Who is Pombon? Pombon is going to be the new fire type starter in the new game, and I really like it. Yeah, let me post the link to the tier list in chat. Dude, Charmander is super mid. You don't talk that way about Pombon. Pombon is one of the best fire starters ever. It's more rigged than the US election. When I was a kid, I had a Torchic toy, and it was my favorite toy, and I snapped its legs off. Oh no. Poor little guy. They're just a dog with a fiery head? Yeah, exactly. It's a peak design. And Totodile is just a blue crocodile. And I love him. He's my boy. You know, Eevee maybe is too high. I feel like Eevee can get bumped down a little bit. Like, to the end of the next tier. I feel like Grookey is too low. I'm a Piplup supporter. Dude, Piplup's evolution line is one of the best starter evolution lines. Empoleon is a cool Pokemon. Look at this guy. Look at this man. That's a cool Pokemon. Eevee is S? I don't know. Eevee has good versatility, but Eevee itself... you know what? I'm going to stop second-guessing myself. Put it back in S. Piplup's middle evolution is Chud Maxing. You are correct. Prinplup has a stupid name, and it's an okay design, but Empoleon does a lot of heavy lifting. I know it has Charizard, but like, come on. Piplup's mid-evolution Mog Turtwig? I wouldn't go that far. Turtwig, I could concede like this, maybe. Maybe this. But like that's it. The best starter of that era? I don't know. I think Piplup takes it. You know who likes Piplup? Girls. That's true. Dawn had a Piplup in the anime. Charizard is just a flying lizard. Charizard, like, Mega Charizard X does lift its position a little bit, maybe. Mega Charizard Y perhaps cancels that out. Girls like Eevee a lot too. Oh no, I gotta bump Eevee down. Oh. Turtwig lifesteal build is goated. Put Charmander in top of C, he beats that. He is in top of C. And don't you talk about Quaxley like that. Quaxley's a nice young man. Mega Charizard is overcompensating. It is, especially because not everyone had the privilege of being born in Gen 1 and getting showered with attention and megas and stuff. Besides, these two cancel each other out. This is cool and this is lame. I think the most I could ever concede for Charmander is that Tepig is too high. Is Tepig cooler than... is Charmander cooler than Fennekin? Charmander in bottom of B because it's where he belongs. I think he's better than Fennekin. Jackson, what do you think about Fennekin? I need some Fennekin opinions. How do we feel about the Fennekin line? Now that we're looking at it in its proper place on Pinterest. I guess its final evolution isn't as good. It's its middle evolution that I think is cool. Maybe. Fennekin is dumb, don't like him. I think Fennekin's middle evolution is cool, and I think it's a really good base form. But its final evolution is kind of a letdown, even if it is conceptually cool. Justice! I put him at the top of B because... No, he's not going to the top of B. He's not doing that. You know, Turtwig's cooler than Brout. Brout's a little chud. Who's that monkey in S tier above Turtwig? That's Grookey. Dude, Grookey. Grookey is the best grass starter. He turns into Thracky and then he turns into Rillaboom. Look at this guy. Look at that man. And he plays the drums when he Gigantamaxes. Come on. Come on. Be serious here. He has a stick. Monkey bias. Do I have monkey bias? Monkey. Monkey. The monkeys are high. I did put the monkeys really high. Grookey? More like Dookie. Ooh, you've convinced me. No. Monkey bias is based. I don't feel like Eevee belongs in S. I feel like Eevee belongs here. You know what? This is what we'll do. I don't love Grookey's base form. I just like Rillaboom and the fact that he's a monkey. If you drop Charmander, I'm gonna commit front flip off of roof. Drop Charmander every time he's mentioned. He's just gonna shift down one position every time. Unless I have committed an egregious sin, I think this is the final tier list. This is like last call to convince me of anything being just completely wrong. I do like this though. I think this is a solid list. That's Fuecoco. Fuecoco's the best. That's talented. Can't say that. He's a good boy. Sprigatito's maybe a little better. Eevee's a little better. Mudkip's... Oh no, Fuecoco's dropping. Oh. But does he drop out of A tier? I don't think so. Do I like Turtwig more than Bulbasaur? Mike asked me the first design mistake in Pokedex order earlier, and I said Charmander. Fuecoco is good, but how do its evolutions hold up? Let's see. Fuecoco. He turns into Crocodile and Skeledirge. This is kind of whatever. Get the feet off my screen. See, Fuecoco is one of the strongest base form designs, I think. But this is, like, what is this? And this is, like, whatever. He is an apple with a mouth. That's exactly what he is. He's so good, but he has a weak line. I don't know. I don't know if he deserves to be in the same tier as Mudkip. Fuecoco might just be the guardian of B tier. Put Grookey back up here. Mudkip is cooler than Sprigatito. Eevee's cooler than Sprigatito. Sprigatito is bottom of A tier, I think. Torchic is cooler than these guys. I think I like this. What if Sobble is baby? Sobble's a bad baby. Sobble didn't come out right. Torchic's line is okay. Combuskin is decent. Blaziken is decent. Good Mega. Ignore his evolution lines. Yeah, Sobble evolves into a mistake. Get back down there, Chespin, actually. Switch him with Froakie. Greninja's kind of cool. Better than Oshawott, or this guy, or this guy, or this guy, or this guy. Actually, wait a minute. Snivy sucks. Get down into F tier. Alright, now this is the final list. Surely. Totodile, Cyndaquil, Pombon, Piplup, Grookey. I feel like that's a solid S tier. Mudkip as the Guardian of A tier, I think is pretty good. Like Coco is the Guardian of B tier. I think this is good. Where's the snipping tool? Let me take a picture of my tier list. Yeah, this is it. This is the final tier list. Muck is in his own tier. We're just gonna add a Muck tier for Muck. Let me post this in the Discord so that I don't lose it. Just for record. I think this is good though. I like this. Solid. I put the link in the chat earlier. I'll send it again. I want to see your tier list. I want to see other people's takes on this. See how it compares to mine. Maybe before we get started next Sunday on oh no, actually, we're not streaming next Sunday. Next week is Wednesday only. Eventually, we'll critique the tier lists. So let me post those images in Discord as well. It's a good selection of images. Yeah, send me your tier lists, and I'll talk some big smack about them at some point in a future stream. And honestly, other tier lists too. Because I'm gonna do another tier list. This one I feel like is really topical. Dragon Ball sagas. I know Dragon Ball Night is an ongoing process. Not everyone has seen all of Dragon Ball. Jackson is an abridged person. Stone him to death. I kid. I like abridged, but you gotta watch the original. So without going super into spoilers, I'm gonna do this. I think the Pilaf saga, I think that is an S tier saga. It was before the series really became a martial arts anime. Just having a comedic series where a big gang of goofs go around and do stupid stuff worked really, really well. Like, watching that, I remember, like, busting a gut what felt like every 2 minutes. That was great. Watch the Cell Saga and Kai. That's acceptable. You should watch OG Dragon Ball. OG Dragon Ball is, like, surprisingly good. 21st Tenkaichi Budokai Saga. That was fun. Yeah, Abridged is also really, really rewatchable. The first fighting tournament felt like a really big deal. It's a really big milestone. Also, there were funny enemies like Bacterian. That was a good one. I think that's a solid A tier. Red Ribbon Army Saga, I'm gonna put down at like maybe a D. Red Ribbon Army Saga took way too long. So much so that in a lot of different episode orderings, it's broken into multiple other sagas. Yes, that's Muscle Tower. Muscle Tower is some of the worst Dragon Ball ever. It takes so long. Just the one episode where Goku and Metallatron punch each other once, go, that guy's dead, and then they get back up, and the other one punches and goes, that guy's dead, for a whole episode. Or the stupid 2-episode chase with Murasaki. That was a slog. That was hard to get through. That took way too long. That was like, what were they thinking? They massacred the pacing of the manga. Fortune Teller Baba Saga. I feel like that's a B. There were some times where it dragged on a little bit. Although I feel like that's just because you know that Grandpa Gohan's coming up, and that's like a big major fight, and it's got like an emotional climax to it. Fortune Teller Baba Saga felt like the series recovering and like reapproaching the heights it had fallen from during the Red Ribbon Army Saga. Fortune Teller Baba Saga was good, but not the best. Now the Tien Shinhan Saga, that was cool. That's I think that's top of A. Fortune Teller Baba Saga is C to me. I feel like it was really slow, but Grandpa Gohan makes it really good. You might be right. It kind of dragged. Maybe I'm rating it too highly just because of Grandpa Gohan. Easy S A tiers. Yes, I generally agree with those. Then it had the Jesus Christ attack. That was something. It had good bits. Even when it was slow, it had good bits. King Piccolo Saga. King Piccolo was pretty good. I didn't justify my Tien pick. I feel like this was really when this became a martial arts anime. There were some really good fights. Tien like developing as a character, turning on his master, Roshi getting in his head, all a very interesting character dynamic. That's an easy A. King Piccolo Saga was actually that might be A tier also. It had like stakes. It's the first time we see a character die, so that's pretty crazy. Oh, you're right, it did have the Ultra Divine Water. That did drag, but I don't think it's enough to drag the series down out of A tier. Fighting all of King Piccolo's minions was a good time. Yajirobe was introduced. There's a lot that happened here, and it's the first time that Goku like shows up and just farms in the beginning of a fight, which would go on to like really be a hallmark of the series. So I think maybe it's better than the Tien Saga. Let me know if I'm crazy for that. The only slow part was the water, but other than that, great. Yeah, I totally agree. Piccolo Jr., I think, is probably S tier. That's a crazy fight. Dragon Ball is a sandwich where the bread is the best part and the inside's pretty okay. Yeah, that's more or less true. Honestly, Piccolo Jr. Saga was the first saga where I'm here purely for the fight. I want to watch people punch each other, and it's really fun. I liked it a lot. It doesn't beat the Pilaf Saga, but it was really good. Saiyan Saga. The middle is undercooked, yes. Saiyan Saga was crazy. So, going into Z, like, Z is my home turf. I've seen Z, I've seen Kai, I've seen a lot of this several times. It had been a while, but I was familiar with the source material to a greater degree than I was with OG Dragon Ball. But, like, I can't believe how hyped I got watching the Goku and Vegeta fight. That was, like, of all the Dragon Ball nights, that's one of them that's, like, a core memory. That was good. I think it doesn't beat Pilaf Saga, but it's close. These are a virtual tie for me. Now hold on 1 minute. We're gonna quick go to an ad break, and then we're gonna keep ranking these. Give me 5 minutes, chat. All right, fellas, we're back. Turn on the music a little bit. So, another just quick little thing about the Saiyan Saga. Dragon Ball sort of bleeds into Z. Going from the Piccolo Jr. Saga to the Raditz Saga to the Raditz fight feels natural. The Saiyan Saga, especially when Goku fights Vegeta, that is when the Z difference kicks in, and you get an absolutely crazy fight by the standards of anything that you've ever seen before in the franchise. That fight was kind of incredible to watch, having gone through all of Dragon Ball leading up to it, and I really enjoyed that experience. That was a certified good time. I'm seeing... We got some tier lists in the Discord. Have to take a look at that. I'm glad that this separates out Namek Saga and Frieza Saga, because I would rank them differently. Snake Way was the best part. Snake Way was cool. Namek Saga? That's going to be a B for me. There are no bad fights in Namek. Vegeta versus Kui is a cool character moment for him. The Ginyu Force showing up and, like, turning the, like, Power Rangers trope on its head with all these, like, evil Power Rangers is really cool. It's just that for how much they're said to be a big deal, they sure get dispatched quickly. Unity Force is conceptually cool, but they don't do a ton with them. Namek did have really good tension. Krillin and Gohan becoming boys was also pretty cool. They're like a proper duo, and I think that's really neat. Seeing Vegeta met with significant challenges that force him to ally with the boys is good. But Frieza Saga, it is very tense. Frieza Saga is the new champion. The Goku and Frieza fight is crazy, and I'm very giddy to get to it. That's just peak Dragon Ball. That's insane. Man, I don't want to spoil it for people in the chat who I don't know everyone's level of experience who's
Dad
here,
joke time.
who goes to Dragon Ball Nights.
Why do nurses carry around red crayons? Sometimes they need to draw blood.
Oh, draw blood. That's a good one. Pizza Cup 1. Now there's an idea. Bringing back Pizza Cup. We'll bring back Pizza Cup at some point. We probably could, actually, with an actual active community, which we kind of have now. That'd be kind of neat. I'm going to put that idea on the back burner. A lot of you don't know Pizza Cup. That's vintage. Garlic Jr. Saga's F, that's not real, we're not talking about it. Android Saga. Android Saga's really good. Is that S tier? That might be S tier. Or is it A tier? So here's my thing with the Android Saga. The Drink showing up and making his presence known in the way he does immediately after the Frieza Saga is one of the craziest choices they could have made, and they actually stuck the landing. The androids are seriously intimidating villains of a totally different nature than any villains seen before. But they did get sidelined for Cell, so maybe there's some wasted potential there. But it is really cool, and fighting a foe that's mightier than Frieza on Earth is kind of cool. Yeah, it's probably S. Piccolo vs. 17 was good. So Android Saga's S, it's just below the Frieza Saga. Future Trunks is the History of Trunks special is really good. Cell Saga, okay, that's an S tier. Gohan versus Cell is it's not a better matchup. Is it a better matchup than Frieza versus Goku? Frieza versus Cell, Gohan versus Cell is iconic. And the end of that fight, Gohan doing the walking one-handed Kamehameha is like burnt into my brain. I do think that is the coolest thing that happens at any point in the franchise. It's kind of great. Cell is also an even more intimidating villain than the androids in a lot of ways. It is peak. Cell Saga is kind of insane. Otherworld Saga. This is a B, I guess. Yeah, that fight does make the series. Otherworld Saga is kind of cool because, I mean, I guess not a lot happens. Goku meets Pikkon, that's kind of cool. I think it's maybe top of C. When you think about it, it's not that important, and it's not even canon. But it's cool world building with the Kais and stuff, so maybe it gets to be up in B still. Majin Buu Saga. Oh, so we're just lumping it all together. Yeah. Okay, Majin Buu Saga, that's bottom of A. Buu Saga has some really cool moments. Mystic Gohan existing at all is really cool. Might bump it above 21st Tenkaichi Budokai. That's not a hot take. People have soured on Buu over time. But people have been sour on Buu for such a long time that it's like it's being reevaluated. The way that this is clumping it all together, it's like the Buu Saga, the Evil Buu Saga, the World Tournament Saga. It is a little all over the place. But don't forget, this has Majin Vegeta. This has the fun slice of life stuff with Gohan. I'm going to say that it's above the 21st Tenkaichi. No, maybe. I don't know. It's definitely below Tien. See, now whether or not it's better than 21st Tenkaichi Budokai opens it up to being down in B. No, Majin Vegeta is so cool. Vegeta's character arc in the Buu Saga is so cool. I'm keeping Buu Saga in A. We might have to recalibrate this list because S tier is heavy. Might have to bump some stuff down. Yeah, if it was like World Tournament Saga versus Buu Saga versus Evil Buu Saga, I would sink the Evil Buu Saga, and I would modestly lower the World Tournament Saga and just leave like core Buu Saga where it is. Yeah, the first half is great. Peaceful World Saga, that's not really a saga. That's like 3 episodes. F? D? It's D. Nothing happens. C? I guess. I don't know. Majin Vegeta is so cool. Okay, Black Star Dragon Ball Saga. It's fine. It tries and fails to recapture the mystical adventure aspect of Dragon Ball. But Goku, Pan, and Trunks is a great duo. Or a trio, I should say. The way that they power the characters down to give them stakes again feels contrived. It doesn't quite hit home. I think it goes here. Maybe here. I think it goes here. Trivia time. Oh no. Shenmue began development as a Virtua Fighter RPG, open-world Virtua Fighter RPG. It evolved into its own thing and went on to inspire the Yakuza series. It's basically a Diet Yakuza game. But its ties to Virtua Fighter remain because you can get Virtua Fighter collectibles. That was sloppy. I have no opinion on GT, I remember nothing, and I'm not upset about that. Going through GT is going to be interesting. GT is, like, underexplored. Baby Saga. Baby Saga is probably the best part of GT, maybe, possibly. There's cool fights in the Baby Saga, there's cool moments. I think that's probably the case. I think GT is going to be a lot of fun. Super 17 is bad. It goes above the Red Ribbon Army Saga. Only because it's really short. A lot of pacing issues there. Shadow Dragon Saga. Shadow Dragon Saga is kind of cool. I think it's virtually tied with Baby Saga, but maybe a little lower. Let's see. Battle of Gods Saga. Battle of Gods is pretty cool. We do have a lot of space at the bottom for Dragon Ball Super. Yeah, he's a lot better in Super. Battle of Gods was cool because it showed that there's something beyond Super Saiyan, and that was really cool at the time. The idea of like gods being an entirely different level of the Dragon Ball universe was really cool when it felt like we had topped out on these characters' power levels. Beerus and Whis are cool characters. Wish they'd do more with them. I think Battle of Gods Saga is probably slightly better than Namek. The return of Dragon Ball after all those years was really, really cool. Top of C. I think maybe it goes here, actually. I don't think it goes as low as top of C. I'm going to choose to treat this as the movie, and not as the series. I thought it was cool. Resurrection F Saga? That's like a C. Like, I don't know. Super Saiyan Blue wasn't as cool after you already have God. Bringing Frieza back is like, yeah, that's cool. But, like, it's, like, whatever. Jocko being there, okay, that's cool, I guess. Some of the Z-Fighters fighting some Frieza soldiers, that's fine, I guess. But really, the plot of the series is Frieza shows up, and Goku and Vegeta are like, oh, what's that, buddy? You got a new form? Oh, Frieza got a new form? And then they curb stomp him, and then Frieza's like, I'm gonna blow up the planet. And then Whis just undoes it, and, nothing of any consequence happens. It's cool, sometimes, I guess, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Yeah, Goku lowering his defenses. He wouldn't do that. I think this is the first instance of stupid idiot Goku in the canon. And I think that's the worst thing that's ever happened to Dragon Ball. Universe 6 Saga? It's better than Resurrection F slightly. I think the world building of the universes is kind of cool. The fact that there are Saiyans in an alternate universe, that's pretty cool. Blue Kaioken feels like we're just mashing stuff together in ways that it doesn't feel like much thought has been put into if this is even a cool thing to do or not. It's just, let's throw a bunch of words in a blender to come up with the next plot point. Hit is a cool enemy, I guess. But there's so many boring ones. Megetta, the Winnie the Pooh looking guy. You know. I have feelings about the bottom. We can talk about it at the end. Okay. Copy Vegeta Saga, that's like... It didn't matter. Nothing happened. The only cool thing about the Copy Vegeta Saga is they brought back the Ocean guy to do the Vegeta voice. But that's dub only, so it doesn't count. Future Trunks Saga? Oof. That's... I don't like the Future Trunks Saga. Black is an okay concept for a villain. Zamasu is a decent concept for a villain. The execution is really bad. Trunks getting a Super Saiyan Rage form out of nowhere that puts him on the level of a god. Like, you can't power scale it in any way that works. The Spirit Sword being as powerful as it is with so little life on the Earth, you can't power scale it in a way that works. Zamasu becoming the planet? Stupid. Pressing the Xeno button to fix everything? Stupid. Mai becoming a cradle robber? Weird, I guess? I mean, it feels okay the way they do it. Yajirobe being alive, but, like... I don't know. It's dumb. Everything's dumb. It's a stupid saga. I would agree with that on Tournament of Power. Tournament of Power had some great moments and some great fights. I would put it just below Battle of Gods Saga. I'm really excited for the Tournament of Power Saga remake. That's probably just going to be peak Dragon Ball. Ultra Instinct was probably the coolest thing that Super did. Dragon Ball Super Broly. Yeah, that's like, that goes in S tier. For me, that's like here. Yeah, Dragon Ball Super Broly was awesome. Taking the awesome character that is Broly, making him canon, and giving him a character that is able to develop and not just be one-dimensional is super, super cool. And honestly, it did the bringing back Frieza thing way better than Resurrection F did. Gogeta being canon was really cool. Yeah, it's the best animation in the whole franchise. It's so good. I can't wait for that. We're renting a theater for that. I don't care what we gotta do. Dragon Ball Super Superhero. Dragon Ball Super Superhero was pretty good. I think it goes in A tier. It's better than the Buu Saga, I think. Not everyone loves the animation style of Superhero. I think it was pretty good. Is it as good as Super Broly? Absolutely not. But I think it's better looking than Battle of Gods or Resurrection F. Gohan choosing to develop his human abilities instead of his Saiyan abilities, leading to beast form, is a really cool concept. The idea that this is like some hybrid evolution of Mystic is awesome. Piccolo being able to evolve and get a new form and make him an actual useful fighter is really cool. Piccolo and Pan is a great dynamic. I really like that. I like that Pan is seemingly going to be a character. That's cool. I like that Piccolo has a house and a phone. That's funny. Also, they fixed Gohan's like chopped haircut. Yeah, like this is a great look for Gohan. Way better than this or this. No, this isn't. That's not a real screenshot. That looks okay. This is a stupid look. He looked cool. Superhero was a lot of fun. I liked that Charles Martinet was the bad guy. Cell Max was a little bit of an undercooked idea, but seeing 18, Krillin, Goten, and Trunks all jump in a fight was pretty cool. Superhero's got some sauce to it. A Gohan Piccolo movie is kind of just awesome. Yeah, Tracksuit Gohan is an abomination. Yeah, the like real-time Trunks versus Frieza thing was really cool. I liked that part. Also, bringing back the Red Ribbon Army in a way that didn't feel contrived was cool. The fact that we've had a Broly movie, and now we've had a Gohan and Piccolo movie, I want a TN movie, some way, somehow. If power scaling and power levels are the past and they don't work and we're tired of them, let's like narratively justify more characters being useful again. Unbench TN, unbench Yamcha, give them a reason and excuse to contend with villains so we can see more characters in more fights do more things. TN gets 4 eyes. A launch. Yeah, having Launch as a supporting character in a TN movie would be the coolest thing ever, and would be like, that would make up for Toriyama forgetting about Launch for all these years. TN like going off to train with the Kais and like learn some really obscure thing that wouldn't be fitting for Goku or Vegeta would be awesome. They really need to do that. Demon Realm Saga. I liked Daima. I would put it above Buu Saga, I think. Demon Realm Saga was cool because it's like, I don't know if you'd call it world building. There was world building, but what I really liked was them talking about like the nature of the Kais and some of the history of the Namekians. Goma was a whatever villain, but, you know, good ranking nephew. Tien gets locked in the time chamber with Launch and the meme becomes real. Yeah. Daima, the Demon Realm Saga was really good. I liked it. The way that it was like sort of built off of Buu Saga was kind of cool. Du and Ku were really cool characters. I liked it, and I liked Shin getting to do things. Seeing Kid Goku on an actual mystical adventure was really good. It's like GT done right. I liked it. And I regret to say I haven't read the Super manga, so I can't rank these. Yeah, I don't know enough about them. Beer Saga 2026? That doesn't exist yet. We can't rank that. So this is my ranking, and I don't think anything here is going to change. Cell Saga, Frieza Saga, DBS Broly. That's like, those are the big three. Future Trunks Saga, Copy Vegeta Saga, Garlic Jr. Saga. Yeah, just straight Garbo. So let's take a screen snip of that too. Muscle Tower's an F, but there was other stuff in that saga that was fun. There was a lot of adventuring that happened, and I liked it. It's just that Muscle Tower drags so badly. This list is a lot more objective. So let me post that in the Discord. We'll post the link too, although I don't expect that anyone would really differ from me very much on this. We need to do some more subjective lists like characters. The next tier list, I'm just gonna rapid... What time is it? We got time. I'm gonna rapid fire the next list. Just because I want to get in... I don't know if I'm ready for this. No, we're gonna rapid fire it. Just because, we took some time on the other ones. Tier list of every Fire Emblem character, we don't have time for that. Yeah, we're bringing back the fast food tier list. I haven't had Denny's like burgers. Zaxby's is A. Yeah, we don't have it. Big Jollibee head. Little Caesars, let's go. Long John Silver's. Jollibee. Bojangles is B, best chicken place next to Chick-fil-A. I gotta try Bojangles. I gotta get to the south one of these days. I don't think we got those up here. Papa John's, slightly better than Domino's, I think. Pizza Hut, nobody out pizzas the Hut, except a lot of people can out pizza the Hut. It's one in Bloomington, I gotta do that. It's the best chicken you people have up here. What do you mean, you people? Portillo's. Love Portillo's. There's a lot I just haven't had. See, like, Long John Silver's really only does fish, but Noodles and Company, it's like, whatever. It doesn't impress me. Steak and Shake. Steak and Shake used to be so good. I've never had Potbellies. I have a lot to check off this list. Taco Bell. Hot take. Taco Bell, not that good these days. Have to check it out. McDonald's is okay still. I don't mind McDonald's. Wow, I haven't had a lot of these. It is pretty expensive slop. Honestly, McDonald's... Oh, wait a minute. It's above Culver's. That's too high. There we go. Yeah, I feel like this is correct. It was my first instinct, and I think it's how I feel. I'm gonna call that one good, I think. Good list, nephew. So now we'll end it with the one that I actually want to do. Try not to take more than like 15 minutes on this one. Video game consoles. Now there's a bunch of stuff in here that we're not ranking. We're gonna rank like 10% of this. Bad list, nephew. Excuse you. There's a lot of stuff on this that just doesn't count. The CT510, ain't nobody ever played that. Chipotle's is good. I haven't had much of it. Odyssey, Pong. We're not ranking any Pong consoles. Atari 2600 is an easy E. People really ride the Atari 2600 because they have retro nostalgia and they're old people. But if you've tried to play an Atari 2600 game recently, it's like the most obtuse experience ever. It's bad, and it's not even just that it's an old console that doesn't have expressive graphics, because that can work. It's just not fun and doesn't have a good game feel. And television is same deal, but even worse. Game & Watch. Game & Watch is charming. It's a C. They're those little, like, few frame LCD games with 2 buttons. How Nintendo got their start in the video game market. Put them in B because they're charming. Little distractions. Commodore 64 is pretty cool. Again, kind of obtuse if you didn't grow up with it. I'm going to give it a C tier for that reason. But as it's a retro computer that still gets games developed for it, there's some cool stuff for the Commodore. ColecoVision. Atari 5200 is like a step above the 2600. There's still not much worth playing on the 5200, but it's not as bad as the 2600. Like it or not, PS2 is the best console. They were still making games for the thing like 10 years after the PS3 was out. PS2 does rank pretty high for me. We'll get to that once we rapid fire this garbage out of here. SG-1000 I haven't had enough experience with. It's a Sega console, so I feel like I should rank it. I just can't. Is that the NES? No, I don't know what that is. It does have the most games. NES. Again, people really ride the NES because of nostalgia. And certainly it does have some good games, but it's not as good as people say it is. I'm gonna put it in C. It's got some historical importance, but it's also 40-something years old at this point. Famicom Disk System I rank with the NES. They're different versions of the same thing. Sega Master System was a better console than the NES. It does have a vastly inferior library. But something like Phantasy Star versus Final Fantasy, or like Master System Sonic versus Mario 1 are fair comparisons. Master System was underexplored, but it was cool. Yeah, I think I'll put Game & Watch over NES. I feel like the Game & Watch games have aged very well. Maybe I don't rank Game & Watch. I feel like its nature is too different from these other consoles. I feel like maybe it's its own thing. Maybe I don't rank it. We'll revisit that. We'll think about that. Alright, 7800. Step above the 5200. It's still not really worth playing. PC Engine, which in America is the TurboGrafx 16. Better console than both of them. Has some fun little games. Small library, but like the games hold up. The PC Engine was so powerful at the time that Nintendo said, "Oh shoot, we got to make something more powerful than the NES." It's got some fun games, even if it isn't as remembered. PC Engine CD. I'm gonna rank that alongside the PC Engine. Game Boy, crazy iconic. I'm gonna put it in B. I can't think of a ton of Game Boy games that I would really want to play in 2026. Certainly, there are some that I revisit. Super Mario Land, Donkey Kong Land, Tetris, Gen 1 Pokemon games. Great time. But again, very simple little experience. If I wanted to play a simple little game, I'd probably play the NES. I think I'll put it under the NES. A lot of this, I think, is... I'm going to clarify. I'm going to rank this based on how much I'd enjoy it today. I feel like if I ranked it based off of historical importance, everything would be really high, and I can't do that. Also, I wasn't there. Genesis is really cool. That's an A-tier system. Sega Genesis has some fantastic games. Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Some of the Phantasy Stars. Man, I'm blanking. Streets of Rage. There are cool Genesis games. Genesis is cooler than Super Nintendo, but Super Nintendo had better games. Yeah, TurboGrafx 16. Let's replace the PC Engine because I'm an American. And they are the same system. Atari Lynx. I don't know. It's like an E. Maybe a D. It's better than the Game Boy, but it had no library. Because who's gonna buy an Atari Lynx over a Game Boy? Neo Geo was really cool. So the Neo Geo is like consoleized arcade hardware. Neo Geo games, so they had arcade hardware, which was like the same as the home hardware. There was the AES, which I think was the home hardware, and the MVS, which was the arcade hardware. So it was really easy to just swap out games in arcade machines, instead of like having to convert the whole machine, which led to the Neo Geo catching on in poorer areas in Latin America and becoming super popular down there. Neo Geo games were also like... The Neo Geo was pretty powerful, and they made games for a long time. There's good fighting games and arcade-style games on there. Neo Geo's pretty cool. Game Gear, I don't know, it's better than the Lynx. It's better than the Game Boy, I think. There are more Game Gear games. That's not true. There's more Game Boy games that I'd want to play. Game Gear is cool, though. Underexplored because it was the loser of the competition. Super Nintendo. That's an S-tier system. Super Nintendo has one of the greatest libraries of all time and some of the most, like, genre-defining games, probably of any console. Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, Donkey Kong, Mega Man X, Super Mario World, Super Mario Kart. The list just goes on. It's crazy how many bangers they were able to put out that influenced genres for years and years to come. And plenty of gems that aren't as widespread that people don't all know about. Wild Guns, Zombies Ate My Neighbors, Goof Troop. Great games. Let's see. Give me some stuff I know. Sega CD. Put it above the Neo Geo. Sega CD. It really does hold up. It's great. Sega CD has some fantastic games. A lot of games that didn't get localized, so Americans never had a chance to experience them. But just being able to play a 16-bit RPG with like some full motion video, full motion, it's pretty choppy, and CD quality music is pretty cool. And just, you know, bigger games, it's really neat. Sega CD was an underappreciated console, especially in America, but I like it a lot. Amiga CD32. That's a joke. 3DO. 3DO is a weird system because, like, no one had a 3DO. It was a bajillion dollars. They had a cool Street Fighter port and a cool port of Doom. So I don't know, top of D maybe? It was a failure, but it was a cool failure. Which you could also kind of say about the Jaguar, except its library was even worse. It had a decent Rayman port, that's something, I guess. You know what? I'm gonna rank the Super game. No, I'm not. That's not really... We're gonna rank that along with Super Nintendo. That's a Super Nintendo accessory. 32X, potential man the console. It was an attachment for the Genesis that could power it up and give it more powerful games to play, like Knuckles Chaotix, but it was super underexplored. Could have had potential, but people didn't want to. I think this was like post CD too. If you had a 32X and a Sega CD, you had a bunch of stuff grafted onto your Genesis and a million cables going everywhere. Really weird setup. Sega Saturn, on the other hand, was a super cool system. Sega Saturn is what the Sega CD could have been. Really cool early 3D games, a lot of arcade-perfect ports, a lot of RPGs that we didn't get, and it also had Knights on it, which was one of the best games ever made. That earns its points. PlayStation might just beat Saturn. It had insane heavy hitters like Crash Bandicoot, Resident Evil, Final Fantasy VII. PlayStation was like a disruptor. Sony's first console several generations into the race, and it really like made itself known. PlayStation, I think, does just deserve to be top of A tier. It's no PS2, but it's something. Ooh, there's the American Sega Saturn. Get out of here, Japanese Sega Saturn. Why are these even separate things? Virtual Boy. I don't know. Kind of stupid. We'll put it here because it gives you a headache and a backache to hunch over and stick your head in it to play it. You get a headache because it's all black and red. Really weird console. N64. N64 is a crazy one. Not quite on Super Nintendo level, but the N64 was a bold jump forward. Ocarina of Time, Super Mario 64, Mario Kart, Banjo-Kazooie. Crazy good first-party library. Yeah, that would have been crazy. Like, just think about the possibility of that happening. Nintendo and Sega have been duking it out for like 2 generations now, and everyone's got their eyes on the next generation. Nintendo finally gets Sega on their back foot, and the PlayStation shows up and just clotheslines both of them. Becomes the obvious winner of the generation. Insane. Truly, like a really fascinating part of gaming history. Game Boy Color. I really like the Game Boy Color. I think it goes in B tier. Just having some color was enough to, at least for me, make the games feel new enough? That's not the right word. It adds clarity. It adds some expressiveness. Game Boy can feel a little primitive in a way that the Game Boy Color doesn't fully. Something like Pokemon Gold and Silver versus Pokemon Red and Blue is a great example of that. Or like the Game Boy Color port of Donkey Kong Country versus the Game Boy Donkey Kong Land. It's a great example, I think. Neo Geo Pocket. Really conceptually cool system. People only play it for Sonic Pocket Adventure. That's it. I don't know, we'll put it here, I guess. Dreamcast, S tier system. The Dreamcast was the closest thing to the second coming of the PlayStation. The problem is that it was too early. I'm going to put this above N64. The Dreamcast was the first console to really try and make a push for online gaming and like social aspects. It was super ahead of its time. It was crazy powerful when it came out. It had the most realistic games. It had that online experience. It's just that it hit the market before the PS2 and the GameCube and the Xbox, and all 3 of them proceeded to absolutely trounce it. I mean, this thing was 2 years early on the market. Everything played better on the other consoles. I will. Have a good night. get rid of all this stuff. WonderSwan, WonderSwan's kind of cool because you could rotate it and play games in different aspect ratios, but like, I don't know. I can't bring myself to care about it. Let's see. These are all filler consoles. PS2. PS2 is insane. I think PS2 is probably S tier, as much as it hurts to put it above the Dreamcast. I mean, the kind of adoption that it got, PS2 was the first venture into like multimedia devices with its DVD playing abilities and the fact that it was cheaper than a DVD player. And it's got like some of the most noteworthy RPGs out there. Crazy series, Devil May Cry, Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, many other games. Resident Evil. It had everything. Absolutely insane. Game Boy Advance. Game Boy Advance was sick. Game Boy Advance was really cool. I'm gonna put it above the Saturn, I think. Game Boy Advance, I think, is... like, you can't call it primitive. You could make that argument for the Game Boy Color, but the Game Boy Advance got, like, decent ports of Super Nintendo games. It's not like there weren't compromises, but it was a fully fledged system that could play, like, massive, expansive games. I look back fondly on the Game Boy Advance. GameCube's in S tier, easily. Just below the Dreamcast. GameCube's library was lacking, but the Game Boy player making it compatible with Nintendo's entire previous handheld library was crazy. I think the GameCube has one of the best controllers ever made. And it's probably my favorite era of first-party Nintendo. Just a good system. That's it, I'm back. PS2 trivia. Had over 4K games, and had games releasing for 13 years straight. Yeah, it's true. It had crazy adoption rates. Xbox. Top of B. I think OG Xbox is underwhelming, but it had some great Sega games. It was a modest entry into the gaming market. You know what? It gets to be A. Because it also furthered the Dreamcast's goal of introducing people to online gaming, and I think it did it quite well. Engage, that's a joke. Put that down here. You know what? You're right. It did do that, didn't it? Because of Halo. I think it's probably still below PlayStation, but there's an argument that it should be above it because that alone, that's a lot of impact on the market. The V smile, it's funny. DS. DS was insane. The DS brought handheld gaming to an entirely new level. Some of the best years Pokemon's ever had. Fantastic series. Pokemon, Ace Attorney, great Mario games. New Super Mario Brothers was crazy. The DS, like, invented... Jackson, I like that Sobble picture that you sent me. The DS, like, pioneered mobile multiplayer. DS download play, making it so that you could play games with people, even if you were the only one with a cartridge in certain cases, was awesome. Tetris DS was like an amazing multiplayer experience. The fact that this was a handheld, but also one of the best multiplayer systems up to that point, is no small technical feat, and I think it's worth remembering. Also, the games were just great. PSP. PSP is underappreciated, but it doesn't hold a candle to the DS. The kind of power it was able to pull off in a handheld form factor is kind of crazy. I think it goes just below Game Boy Advance, because you could have a closer version of, I should say, a less compromised version of the kinds of games that are coming out for consoles than you could on, say, the DS. PSP was seriously impressive. Now here's some good stuff. The Xbox 360. Xbox 360 is one of the greatest consoles. I'm gonna put it just below the DS, because if the Dreamcast and the Xbox really contributed to the online experience, and honestly both sort of brought the console shooter to the forefront, especially the OG Xbox, the 360 picked up that torch and ran with it. This was the online experience. Party chat was intuitive to use. So many games with super active online lobbies. Popularized achievements. 360 was something else, and it's got one of the best controllers. Golden age of gaming, yeah, serious issues. PS3 was sort of underwhelming, honestly. It's not a bad console. It was a fairly capable console, and probably one of the best consoles to be a multimedia device. It ended the war between HD, DVD, and Blu-ray just by supporting Blu-ray. But, like, come on. The 360 felt like the console to get. And I do like the PS3. The problem is its architecture has caused it to be really difficult to emulate or port games from, which has led to its legacy being sort of muffled, just the way that things ended up. It was cool that you didn't have to pay for online, but also the online experience wasn't as good. The Wii was peak casual gaming. The Wii decided to think differently about what a game could be. The Wii was the only console that was really successful at appealing to all demographics, and introduced like a new and unique way of controlling games, which eventually led to things like the PlayStation Move and the Kinect. The Wii did a lot to set up Nintendo's vision for what their company should be, which, Wii U aside, has carried them into the Switch and Switch 2 generations. And these games were just fun. These were fun games. I liked them. I don't know if it's better than the 360. I think it is. Ads. No, we're gonna snooze those ads and really speed through the rest of this. There are some fake consoles on here. What is the PSL? That's not real. The Zeebo? No one played the Zeebo. Yeah, it was crazy. Kind of insane. 3DS. The 3DS is the perfect way to follow up on the DS. 3DS has one of the best handheld libraries of all time. I still feel like going back and revisiting some of my old favorites. 3DS had some really interesting moments, like bringing back Kid Icarus, bringing back Metroid, finally popularizing Fire Emblem in the West, which is now like a staple RPG for a lot of Westerners. And also Street Pass. It really encouraged people to go out and walk and socialize with their devices. It was sort of a shallow way to do it, but it was an interesting concept nonetheless. Carried on the DS's legacy quite well, never quite saw the same adoption, but it's got some killer titles. It doesn't quite crack the 360, but it's up there in S tier. Let's see. PS Vita. Again, seriously impressive hardware, but very low adoption rate, very small library. Most of the games we're playing on Vita were available on other systems unless you were into really niche RPGs. But I'll appreciate it for what it was. Let's see. Wii U. This will be a little controversial, but the Wii U was a great console. Again, Nintendo decided to think differently about what games could be, and even what games could be in a casual environment. The Wii U is an amazing console, some amazing games. Nintendo Land is still one of the best party games. It's just that the marketing was so bad. so bad. Some of the worst marketing I've ever seen. But like Wind Waker HD, made some great improvements to Wind Waker, Mario 3D World, Donkey Kong Country, premium experiences. It's just that most of the Wii U's best experiences have been ported to Switch by now. So it occupies a weird space. But Miiverse, the social network being the core of the Wii U, this was the most like social positive system, and I really wish Nintendo didn't abandon that because it gave you a sense of community. The fact that it was so obvious what everyone was playing and what they were saying about it, it felt like a living ecosystem, and I don't think any console's ever really gonna quite succeed at that the way that the Wii U did. Very, very cool. PS4, that's a great system. Put it here. The PS4 was kind of shocking that the PS4 came out on top in this generation, considering the PS3's place. But the PS4 was just the console to play everything on. It had the better UI. It had the better online experience. It had better exclusives. PS4 was just an all-around good system. But not super noteworthy, I guess. So maybe it doesn't belong here. Really, like, historically, what has the PS4 done? Be a good console? So has everything above it. So I don't really think that means much. Xbox One. Oh boy. I mean, like, the Xbox One, there's no reason to play one in 2026, which I guess you could also say about the PS4, so let's put it down here. The Xbox One was Microsoft completely losing direction. This was when everything bad about Microsoft really started. It's just weird. Everything got worse. The console navigation experience got worse. Online was fine, I guess. I don't like the controller as much as the 360 controller. And then things like Game Pass have started to usher in a primarily digital future, which is really, really negative in the age of, like, it feels like game publishers are finding new and unique ways to screw people out of permanently owning games. This feels like where it all began. Honestly, these systems, I feel like, probably go down here. They didn't do anything remarkable. Like the new 3DS, also didn't do anything remarkable. Honestly, it's probably here. There wasn't much of a reason to have a new 3DS if you already had a 3DS. No, so we're gonna count that. Nintendo Switch. Yeah, it's an S-tier system. I think the Switch beats out the DS. Honestly, I think the Switch beats out the PS2. Which is kind of controversial, but like, the way that the Switch just became this device that everyone wanted to own, and the fact that so many franchises have, by this point, ported almost all of their games to the Switch is kind of insane, and I don't think there's ever been a rollout of a console or a rush to put games on it, like, ever. It might not have as many games as the PS2, but I think in time it will have sold more units than the PS2 and have found its way into more households, especially if we're lumping together Switch and Switch 2. The Switch is kind of just an insane system, and it sort of, I think it's the next evolution of handhelds. Also, the fact that it like kicked off the PC handheld craze, the idea that you could have a console-like experience on a handheld, a hybrid like this really would accomplish that. I don't know. It's it's cool. Switch is cool. I'm sort of rambling about it. It's the console that just does everything, albeit at a not as high power as a home console, which is its drawback. Xbox One X, that's still an Xbox One. We're not gonna rank that. Ooh, Stadia. The Series S and the Series X, I think, are much more significant than the Xbox One. Those are probably A-tier systems, just because the Series X offers a way to play certain Xbox and Xbox 360 games through backwards compatibility that just makes them the best way to experience them. Really, that had started during the Xbox One generation, which maybe makes it a little better than the PS4. But it had matured by the time that the Series X and S came around, and Game Pass having a big selection by this point, I guess sort of helps it too. But again, like, what has the console itself done with its own new exclusives, or its own hardware peripherals? The Xbox Series experience is not a significant one. PS5 fares worse than the Xbox Series. It's a PS4, but better. Steam Deck. Steam Deck's pretty crazy. If the Switch introduced the possibility of the PC handheld, the Steam Deck demonstrated what was possible. I gotta sneeze. There we go. Steam Deck's pretty nutty. Where did I put it when I sneezed? Yeah, Steam Deck is pretty crazy. The Switch and the Steam Deck, which followed in its footsteps, have sort of created the new meta, I would say, and what a lot of consoles want to do. Stuff like the PlayStation Portal, rumored Xbox handhelds, the rise of Android-based emulation handhelds, and other handheld computers. We're not ranking gaming computers because that's cheating. Switch 2. Switch 2 is unproven. Switch 2 still has a lot to go. It's not going to rank as highly as the Switch because it's riding on the Switch's coattails. The Switch created the niche, not the niche, the market that the Switch 2 is selling to. The Switch 2 is just a good successor, with some unique gimmicks like mouse controls. So I don't know. Put it just below the Steam Deck, I guess. And then there's all these consoles. Stadia, let's put that at F because it doesn't exist anymore. So that is my my console tier list. Took a lot longer than I wanted it to, but I gotta say what I gotta say about these consoles. Let's snip that, put that in the Discord as well. Yeah, I've got a lot to say on a lot of these. It's getting a little late, so I don't know how much coherency I lost over time. It's sort of hard to put into words all that there is to say about some of these systems. Really, everything in S tier, like, has shaped the trajectory of gaming as a whole, and even a lot of stuff in A tier has. Just crazy, crazy stuff. The Switch creating the new meta, the PS2 proving that game systems could be multimedia devices and just being as prolific as it was. The DS really bringing multiplayer into handheld games, which is crazy. The Wii creating the casual market. The 360 solidifying the online shooter experience. The 3DS, my bias, just having a good library. Super Nintendo having definitive games in so many genres. The Dreamcast creating the online gaming console environment. The GameCube, again, my bias, it's just really good, and the Game Boy Player is kind of cool. And the N64 being a bold new jump into 3D. With games like Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time that set people's expectations, developers and players alike, for what certain 3D games should be. They're all just goated systems. And there's so much to say about all of these. If I said everything, we'd be here for a bajillion years. The stream has gone on way too long. How long is this stream? 4.5 hours. Wow, that's like an hour and a half longer than usual. Alright, chat. That's gonna be it for tonight. Good long stream. We're gonna call it there. So, next... Let me look at my calendar here. On my other monitor. So Thursday, this Thursday, we're playing Subnautica. And then next Wednesday, we're doing some crazy stuff. Big, huge, massive stream incoming, as they say in the business. And then we'll see after that. Got some stuff planned. We'll show the schedule in the future streams. Alright, chat. That's it from me.